For many thousands of years, the Shadow Men have protected the world of the living against threats crossing over from the spiritual plane known as Deadside, the place where everyone goes without exception when they die. Michael Leroy is the current heir to the mysteries of this ancient lineage, bearer of the Mask of Shadows. When darkness falls, he becomes the walker between the worlds, immortal voodoo warrior, taker of souls, Lord of Deadside, the Shadow Man.
Hello everyone, welcome. Thought I'd do a little bit of a quick stream today. The giggles. Oh.
Yes.
Get up, all works. What we do something a little different. Yes, so we're gonna be playing Shadow Man. Hang on, go. Yeah, no. Anything. Okay, I was pretty sure that there was a way you could actually do that. Okay, never mind. What I was hoping to do was actually change it. Yeah. Yeah, borderless. That's
Incoming transmission.
for Harley. Give me 1 sec. I have basically no way of communicating with you. Swimming. After a swimming staff, you can't even think if there's people talking. Happened? There we go. Yeah, a little bit. Things are. Phone is not the best in charge. Awesome. Shadow Man. I'll do it now while you have okay? Always a good thing. Does mean I'm not going to be able to see. Oh, I love the fact that I was a little bit dragged back. There was a thing I was kind of expecting. Confused with that. We're going to begin all new adventures. I have played this game before to completion, in fact, and I actually did, actually the day before the first ever update that happened to this game, I actually speedran it to the finish line in the Legion. So, I'm probably not going to be able to do that, and it's probably going to take a lot of failures in the early game. But stick with me, it's going to be a good laugh. Right, okay. Enough dawdling. Get going. That fateful place. London Seward.
The 9th of November, 1888. By my deeds am I known, and I am known as Jack. Spring-heeled Jack. Jack the Ripper. By my deeds am I known, and they are truly bloody. I took them all to my heart. Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, Mary Kelly, and loved them, truly loved them all. But the immortal power I sought within the sordid confines of their bodies, the still beating organ of the soul, was not to be found. The ritual of the knife was to no avail. I am bereft, and must therefore perform that bloody ritual upon myself.
Stay your hand, Jack, and listen to what I have to say.
How did you find this place? Who are you?
My name is Legion, for we are many. The immortal power that you seek does exist. It does indeed lie within the soul, but only within certain ones, certain dark souls.
My God! What are you that you can produce such things from thin air?
Merely an explorer, much like yourself.
What is it that you want from me?
You are an architect by trade, are you not?
I am.
Then I would have you build a cathedral to pain. A place where you and I and others like us may join together. A place of asylum for all of the unique and misunderstood individuals that will follow you as the time of Armageddon approaches. And at the heart of asylum, we shall construct a great dark engine powered by souls of equal hue. And we shall harness their power to create an immortal army to punish and cleanse this pathetic world.
And where might I build this cathedral of yours?
Across the veil, in the darkness, amongst the restless spirits of those who have passed beyond, in the place known as Deadside.
Then, if I am to join you, I must die.
It is prophecy. We cannot fail, for we are many.
For we are many.
Amen to that.
Already off to a great start. The Wild at Heart. Cute little pub. In place as well.
The end is sooner than you think. Come to mama, baby.
Hey there, cat
Touch me if you can.
Are many.
There's a darkness coming.
What's the problem, Magneta?
I had a dream, Shadow Man. A real bad dream. A dead-side dream. The five are here. The heralds of the apocalypse. Deacon's file confirms everything I feared. The end's coming, Shadow Man. An ancient prophecy tells of the return of a great evil to Deadside. A terrible force gathering dark souls to its darker heart and using their power to cross over into this world and bring about apocalypse.
I must stop this evil from bringing about the end of all things.
Only you can do it, Shadow Man. You are the walker between the worlds. I can't go Deadside, and Jaunty's next to useless in both worlds. You are the only one who can do anything about this.
As it ever was.
But you ain't never confronted anything like this evil. It's so pure, not even the ancient protectors of the Dark Souls could destroy it. They could only banish it from Deadside. They knew it'd come back one day. Hence the prophecy telling of its return. The power of the ancients is all but gone now, and the Dark Souls that evil desires lie unprotected. What you gotta do, Shadow Man, is to go Deadside and recover the Dark Souls. Take them into your own protection before evil gathers them to its terrible heart.
Okay, so let me get this straight. If I don't recover these dark souls, then the world's gonna end. Am I right?
You got it.
Shit.
Look, I gotta go. I've got a lot to do. Take Deacon's file and meet me at dawn at the church on the hill. I've kept your stuff safe for you.
I hate this shit. Just a pawn in Nettie's master plan. She moves me in mysterious ways, and brother, sometimes she really does move me. Can't do nothing about it since, nice as you please, she knitted my ribs into the mask of shadows. I got nothing left anyways. It's my fault Luke's dead, and Mom and Pop too. I deserve everything I get. Every bad thing that comes my way. Can't live, can't die. Deadside's the perfect hood for me. A nowhere place. The asshole of the universe.
Okay, I love this game a lot. When I first saw it, it was really good. I blame the present why I love the game.
Now where the hell is that church?
So, this is the remastered, right? Load of new things that were added, such as this weapon wheel, stuff like that. There's been a lot of things. The pixel lighting, flash effects, sound, everything. The whole game has had a loving overhaul from guys at Night Dive Studio. This game was always gorgeous to begin with. Like, if you've ever played even just the N64 version, even though that's probably the roughest one to look at visually, but the worst one to actually play was the PlayStation 1 version. This game is raw. This game is gorgeous. And it's amazing what they were able to do. Such little things like, for example, this fight thing. This looks gorgeous. It's like that meme where you see, like, the original versions were RTX off, and then this is just RTX on. Now, this game doesn't have RTX knowledge, and quite honestly, I don't think the game is that it. A lot of games are about RTX. Basically, a fuck. There's something up with that dog. Huh? Yeah, even Shadow Man's a little bit concerned by that dog. Let's not happen. Oh. A little bit of basic platforming to learn. Ability in but like, this game always had kind of like an archaic movement control system and whatnot, so it's nice to see that it's been lovingly cared for. And that this still got updates. This still got a lot of updates and it looked gorgeous for the weren't even all that big with the updating, I think, but it took so
made it.
So 1.3 when they finally added things that were kind of like, this is a necessity game, such as the lock-on. I'm glad that they did that.
Nettie?
Hey there, Mike. Glad you could make it.
How could I refuse your offer? How could I ever refuse you, Agneta?
You can't. I'm simply irresistible. I hope you read the file I gave you, and read it real well. Between the lines, you'll find the signs.
You got my stuff?
Come on in, honey.
You know, on the way over here, I got to thinking about these dark souls. If they're so damn dangerous, why didn't the ancients just destroy them?
Because that's impossible. Their power is their immortality. If evil ever manages to implant these immortal souls into its monstrous slaves, can you imagine the carnage an immortal, unbeatable army would bring to the earth? That's apocalypse, Shadowman. That's the end.
Okay, so I really gotta get to the Dark Souls before the bad guy. I understand that, but where do I find them?
In Govi. Each Govi has been sealed by the most powerful voodoo. Not even the greatest Bokor or Mambo can open them to release the dark soul within. Believe me, I've tried. But a Shadowman, or something even more powerful, just might be able to do it. Release the dark soul and take it into yourself. But be warned, the dark souls are a pure and ancient evil and possess a power that should not be abused.
Okay. Let's just get this thing over with. You got my stuff?
Right here.
Jesus, Luke, he's alive. Alive and in pain. I gotta help him.
He's dead, Mike. You know that.
I know, but I saw.
It's understandable that you still have strong feelings for your brother. That's why the bear works for you, connecting you to Deadside. Use it now, Mike. Go Deadside and find Jonty. He's waiting for you at the Marrow Gates. He's got something to show you.
Okay.
And Mike?
Yeah?
If you need me, I'll be here. Now, go see Jonty and get them dark souls.
Right, so now we're introduced to the fact that we... unlimited ammo. And sounds like this edgy weapon sound effect. What? Yes, it did. Not going to shoot Rottweiler at the moment. Yeah, that's probably all I can really do. I've just this.
Whoops.
Yeah, that's just gotta use the bear and let's go dead side. Get ready for some poetry. It's some good stuff.
I am the Lord of Deadside, Shadowborn at the confluence of worlds to walk between. Lifeside is without the meaning that my partly living possesses here in Deadside, where the darkness is manifest at the edges of reason. As a god, I step forth upon the writhing, suppurating surface of the Deadside serpent. What sleep is here? What dreams there are in the unctuous coilings of the snake's mortal shuffling. Weapon in my hand, the arcing death blow at the end of all things. The horror, I embrace it.
God, I love how badass Shadow Man is made out to be in this game.
Got it.
So the game primarily focuses around the idea of being Deadside after quite a lot that goes on if you've read the comic book. I unfortunately have not read the comic book. I would like to. I just haven't had the money to buy one. I don't even know.
Michael, over here with you.
I still don't know if they're continuing it. Also, here's Jaunty.
Hello there, Michael. How's that treating you?
Jaunty, kindly refer to me as Shadow Man. Michael Leroy has no place here in Deadside.
Whatever, Mick. It's good to see you again. Seems like simply ages since I last set me eyes on your happy, smiling mug.
The feeling's mutual.
I suppose you've been away dallying with the old battle axe, giving her one with some of that righteous voodoo so she can stay forever young?
Something like that.
She's been filling your head with her fated pillow talk again, I'll bet. Doomsday in an army giddy until you're drunk with the stuff.
She did happen to mention a certain prophetic dream she's been having.
Did she now? Well, for once I think the owl witch might be right. See that bloody big black tower yonder?
How could I miss it?
Well, old Bruegel, the medieval painter blokey, was just telling me the other day that he thought it looked remarkably like a picture he once did.
Is that Peter Bruegel?
No, Seamus, his distant Irish cousin. Anyways, he was quite shocked, so he was, at the terrible mess that bloody thing's making. Appearing out of nowhere and tearing its way through the place like there's no tomorrow. Which, given what Nettie's saying, might not be too far from the truth.
Any idea what's going on in there?
Nope, and I shan't be knocking on the front door to find out neither. All I'll say is, if there's something wicked heading this way, it'll be coming from in there.
Nettie mentioned the Dark Souls. Can you tell me any more about them?
I'm afraid I'll have to reply in the negative again, Michael. Suffice it to say, Nettie's told me that they're bloody powerful, well nigh indestructible, and shouldn't fall into the wrong hands.
Any idea where they might be?
What am I, a Dark Soul travel guide now? I suppose you could try all of the ancient sacred places down amongst the whalers and shiverers. I just hope that none of them souls have ended up in that filthy big black tower.
From what Nettie was saying, some of them already have, which is all the more reason for me to be pushing on. Open the gates, Jaunty.
Places to go, people to see, eh, Michael?
Just open the gates, Jaunty.
Did I ever tell you about the time me and Attila the Hun were playing skittles with the guillotine heads of the French aristocracy?
Jaunty.
All right, keep your bloody hair on. Which, looking at your shining bonds, may prove to be rather difficult. Open sesame! And if you be wanting to pop by and chat a while, I'll still be here. It's just a shame we can't share a drop of the hard stuff together by a ardent peat fire.
I don't drink with snakes.
I love the fact that friggin' Jaunty, like, you can obviously tell that's a very thick Irish accent. It's great. I love Jaunty. Jaunty is probably the best thing that's happened in this game. If it's not Red Pepper's performance of Shadow Man stroke Michael Leroy, it's Jaunty that's the highlight here. Yeah, this game, even though we are in hell, or basically the world of the dead, it still looks gorgeous, even though it's not meant to.
This is the dead side, the wasteland, the nothing beyond the bone-packed gates. Here Luke, my dear lost brother, wanders alone amidst the aimless ranks of those who cannot die. He still, with the ache for death I too may discover within my blighted heart. Here, the true darkness at the heart of all things is made real. What we see in death's dominion is as void as a dead man's gaze, as cold as the light from a dying star.
The delivery in this game is some of the best. Like, I have nothing but gushing reviews for this game, even though... Oh well, the history of this game. Even though the remaster started off in a pretty rocky position. To the point where I actually said to my mate, who is a huge fan of this game, Spyro Crescent, I suggested to him that he holds off from playing it for a little bit until some of the other features are put in, but dude was adamant to play it, so I couldn't stop him. Which, okay, yeah, that's to be expected. When you play a game that you love so much, you kind of want to. You want to know the ins and outs of the duck sauce of what went wrong with the game. And we had things such as, like, terrible platforming, and... the terrible platforming came from the jumping. There's some new content that was cut years ago that's been added. They still need to add the rest of the new stuff, like, there was supposed to be, like, apparently this giant worm that was going to be in the game. I was like, oh, okay, a giant worm? Yeah, that sounds cool. Like, that actually sounds really neat. How can I sign up for something like that? But that's not come about yet. I think there was another boss that was supposed to be around, like the Epitaph Queen or something like that. I forgot the name of it, but it was something like that. Good. That was good. Screwed that up. Oh boy. In case you couldn't tell, I am a bit of a noob at this game, and I fully admit that. I love the game, I just suck at it. That's my excuse as to why I'm terrible at the game. Okay, that was just cruel. Like that was just awful. You, Mr. Rudy, are going to get shot to pieces for your treacherous actions. While I apparently can't seem to grab onto a rope. God, do I need some rope. But yeah, this game. I like this game a lot, and I've been meaning to play it. Or I've been meaning to play it on stream, like, wanted. I just didn't know when was that time to stream it, pretty much. Because honestly, I'm not that good at the game. I'll be honest, I'm not that good at the game. But at least the one thing that I can take solace in is the fact that at least I can still have fun with the game. Excuse me, I just drank my tea too quick. At least I can take solace in the fact that I enjoy the game. And that's something that is not going to be taken away from me. Even if I'm making the right dog bollocks out of this, because I know that I'm making a mess out of it. And I know that for certain because I'm going the wrong way. Or I was going the wrong way. It's a Metroidvania without a map, and the only map that people have been able to draw up have been very crude ones, so... yeah, that's still in this. It would have been nice if it actually appeared as like a file or something like that, of like, oh, everywhere that Shadow Man goes, like he draws out a quick little map where things are. So we could go, okay, here's where this is, here's where that is, and do something similar to like the journal system that was in Thief? Like that would be cool. I'd dig that. I can't believe I am bollocksing up something fierce. My god, we're not... we're only in the first part of bloody Deadside, and I'm already making a dog's ear out of this. Has it really been that long that I've forgotten how to bleed neck to play this game? Well, last time I played it was when the update was for 1.31, I believe it was. So... yeah, it's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Well, this wasn't exactly what I wanted to go. Where I exactly wanted to, but okay, I'll take the Cadu. Which is what those weird heart things are. Never played the game. 100 of those, and you'll be able to have better life. According to the game. There we go, there's something. That looks to be right. Now we're actually going the correct direction. Chuffing through here.
Uh-huh.
Yep, there we go. Hey, Deck, how's it going?
Lord of Deadside.
How's it going, Deck? I take it the lads have finally head back home, or are they still with yous?
Looks like someone left me a note.
I believe this is the prophecy. Dear friend, although centuries may have passed by the time you have read this note, know that I greet you both as a friend and as a brother, for I in my time have also borne the burden that is the Mask of Shadows. Know then that I constructed these pathways, the Paths of Shadow, pathways through the place known as Deadside, so that we and those who also bear the mask may bring order to this realm and traverse it without hindrance. In my time, I have gathered and catalogued many of the ancient artifacts of power, some of which reside within these chambers. However, I fear that I must leave my work incomplete. A seed of darkness has come to this realm, more powerful than has been felt in centuries. And so I find it necessary to seal the Paths of Shadow, lest they and the artifacts within them fall into the hands of evil. The task of securing these passageways actually, has been an immense labor, and I fear that, with my weakening powers, these outer gates have not been secured as strongly as those deeper within the paths. Know then that the way ahead shall require much greater strength than that which brought you. In addition to the catalogue of artifacts, Find here enclosed Le Cartes du Prophétie, the prophecy as spoken to the ancients by the Loa. I fear that the darkness I sense on this day might be that which Le Carte spoke of. But fate has made it my charge not to challenge that darkness. Instead, my labor is to secure these passageways so that, from the time of prophecy, when evil shows its true form, they may be reopened and their relics uncovered. Maxime Saint. And it goes on about the end. Ah, they all left yesterday. Ah, fair enough then. Hey, Red King, how's it going? Yeah, it's good to hear that you're all good, man. We're playing a bit of Shadow Man. A little bit of Shadow Man Remastered. Good old game I love. They still haven't fixed this bug.
This
They
should
still
be
haven't.
useful.
They really haven't fixed that speedrun strat.
The power of the Dark Souls. I embrace it.
So, I'm not actually playing this windowed, by the way. I am playing this in full screen, which is why I am currently using my half-powered phone to basically commune with you, so that I can keep up with chat.
I'm the Lord of Deadside.
And I need to actually turn down the brightness on that, so that I actually have to pick it up and look at it. The fact that the power drain on my phone is something vicious. Right, so I now have one charge of Dark Soul power. And then we'll go to a new place.
Unsalvaged souls that drift beyond the marrow gates for an eternity of waiting. This infinite limbo, this wasteland, this untamed, unnatural afterbirth I command with my endless darkness. What ineffable secrets are whispered within the paths of shadow? What red-edge realities rising bleak above the blasted skyline? Deadwing, Duppy, Zombie Mother. This voodoo lord outlasts them all.
Of course, just me, is it a bit warm? Yeah. Oh well. So now we go down even further into the wasteland. And this place is... oh, this place is a joy. Ah, fish, go away. Ow. But I hate the fish in this game. Really be using the lock on now that I think about it. I've just gotten so used to actually playing it without locked on now that I'm just sort of used to just kind of using the auto aim to do the work for me. I shouldn't do that. I should be using the lock on, but hey, that's just what I've been used to. This game has teached dodgy habits to me compared to what the original game would teach. I feel like among that is probably going to get me killed a lot more than it should. Grab this one. Glowing altar. There is another Dark Soul there. I can't chance that jump, but I can walk around to get it. because its doorway is very nearby, I believe. If I can actually remember where. Alright, okay, so this is gonna lead me to the Temple of Life. If memory serves. Yes, this is the route to the temple. Let's grab the teddy bear here. Jump down this. Get jumped by about 5 duppy. Alright, fair enough. I hope Storm's alright. Otherwise, you wouldn't be taking her to the vet for any particular reason. I hope she's okay. Ah, lads. Lads, behave. Oh yeah, there's a quick roll now. Or a rolling reverse that's really easy to perform. Pretty good, too. So yeah, I can't take on that area just yet. There is good reason why I'm not going to. Try and avoid doing that. But yeah. But just know that there's a guardian that's going to be an absolute pain in the backside to deal with. Ah, I thought there would be a switch here. Check up, then meds. Okay, fair enough. Oh, it's nothing too serious then, luckily.
The Dark Souls are mine.
I find it kind of funny, the idea of like the cat has to take antidepressants though. Gotta suppress the PTSD, you know? Oh, woe is me. That's horrible. That is a horrible thought to have, but like... There's something oddly funny about that, in a cruel, sadistic way. The idea of like animals have to take antidepressants just like those who are depressed as humans.
The power of the Dark Souls. I embrace it.
Okay, so that's two of 10 slots that I can get. And we're gonna need a lot. I do mean a lot. Eventually I will get the March of Gad and I'll be able to do that. Because right now, hot surfaces hurt. As well, hurts. Okay, there's a switch somewhere that I am missing. There. bloody lucky. Yeah, I just thought there was a switch that was missing. Like, lo and behold, it was underneath. Gotta love these skin bridges. The idea that this entire place is literally made up of dead marrow as well as... Great setting and interesting design for a place, but you don't really get to see much of it anymore after this game, although with this game I'm sure people got fed up of seeing it because it was literally all you explored. You didn't really explore the real world at all, you explored the world of the dead. And I'm too lazy to deal with men right now. The fact that I took the time to deal with him really just because why not?
The Dark Souls are mine.
Oh dear. I got rid of the speedrun strap to get here though. Which... kind of a shame that. And these little shits basically prevent you from doing that, so... I'm not gonna do it the legit way, I'm gonna do it the cheaty way. Because, well, it's still to this day in the game. It wouldn't be in the game if it wasn't. Well, it wouldn't be in the update if it wasn't. That's that.
This should be useful.
And we now have the Assen. A useful flame weapon that is going to be, for the moment, incrementally helpful because of the fact that we're going to need it to deal with a lot of other things. But at the moment, we don't need to be here anymore. Even though the Temple of Life is like a really good place to start off in.
I am the Lord of Deadside.
And there's a bit of a reason why I'm doing this in particular order rather than doing it in order. And it's pretty much to prep for the boss fight that will happen in that area.
Into Asylum, like a great black engine roaring to eternity, ravaging the already benighted landscape with its savage, malevolent presence. And within the legions of the truly damned, insanity, sheer and stark, and once in human form, now gutted and torn by eons of glutted indulgence. Their bloodlust flecking the oily walls, living in the shrieks of victims ensnared, hanged, drawn, and quartered by the serpent's squalid writhings. This is the place I have not wanted to dream of, and the dream is now the place I partly live through.
Actually, books do, because this would be very useful. That's in the 3.0 slot. Now let's see if that will connect. A real rough way of being able to get my power. Hopefully now if I can be able to pick it up and use it. Ooh, wow. Sorry. Shouldn't have done that. Ah. Charge my phone, I don't need it to do, but the phone is going to be a pain with the way that it's going to be, so yeah, that's going to be a thing. Anyway, my apologies for the sudden game frame drops, because the game did drop frames. The stream itself, however, didn't drop any frames. That's nice. Yeah, there's a reason why I'm charging my phone. My phone is shit. I really want a new phone, and I need one kind of desperately now because of the fact that my phone's actually the charging cable's on its last legs, and I don't really want to have an iPhone anymore. I really want to get rid of this phone as quick as humanly possible. But I'm not as dangerously destructive, so I can't just sort of smash the phone and hope to God that it will, that I'll get a new one. I can't do that.
Did I really expect to just walk right in through the front door? There must be another way in.
Oops. Oh, that's the first death.
Damn.
There's the first death for doing something stupid. Shouldn't have done that. Should have just done that. A bit more so I can actually see the phone. Yeah, I started relatively early, well, I woke up really early. On call, which is why I sort of was like, you know what, let's try streaming at this hour of time. Surely everyone's still awake around this time. No, they're not. Hardly anyone is awake around this time. Anyone meaningful time, I should say. Like, it'll be mainly Brit bongs and that's it. So other people like myself, who are probably still awake, but they're busy doing other stuff because they don't have time for anything else. Whereas here's me, it's like, I haven't got a job yet, and I don't really have anything to do.
My God, this truly is a terrible place.
Let's fight our way in, shall we? Glad these big easy kill. They heal up fast too, but they also dish out a lot of damage. More damage than you'd expect.
Got it.
Or Guppy. Actually, they're not really poor, they're just ugly gits that have to die. Sorry, it has to be so. Oh, that was a great idea. That was a swell idea.
Got it.
Okay, that's most of them. I heard you like horror settings. Not even Halloween yet. Kind of fitting for autumn though. Especially a game that's about Old English history. Right, if I recall, this one's the good one. Because one of those is actually a trap. Yes.
This should be useful.
Oh man, really? You're going to do that to me? Okay, doors are now open, so we can actually start doing some shit. I miss the times when these guys were actually crack shots, because these guys used to predict where you were going to move. And that was in like version 1.0, I believe? they're not nearly as accurate as they used to be, and I miss that because their accuracy actually made it quite challenging. It was actually horrifying to fight these guys. You had to be more strategic. Now you can just cheese them. I always end up feeling dirty for the fact that I can just cheese them. Doesn't feel fair. They are more tankier than their other counterparts, though, the hooks. Use you. I hate you. A tut. If there was an idea that we could actually have for Dead by Daylight, I would actually love to see what would Shadow Man look like if he was in the game. I know the game is way too old, but because of the fact that there's been a remaster, there's potential that someone could still do it. But the thing is, Michael Leroy, he was originally a hitman that was doing bad things, and then because of the fact that he is now a pawn in Nettie master, he's now kind of a good guy? He was more of an anti-hero kind of figure, from what I got at it. Not got any of the souls there, got 3 of them there. So I should have actually... Whatever, we'll take the long way. In my infinite wisdom of rambling, I've now basically took this on a path that I shouldn't have took. Ow. Bloody hell. Yeah, this game is great. I love it. And its atmosphere is really well constructed as well, that I think, honestly, either... if we could get something like this in Dead by Daylight, like the actual asylum of Deadside. Because if we couldn't get either Michael Leroy or maybe his brother Luke, actually Luke's too young. Luke's way too young. Yeah, it'd probably have to be Michael Leroy or Nettie that they'd have to go with. But if they did decide to do a Dead by Daylight crossover with Shadow Man, Asylum would definitely be the place that I think they should go with. Mainly because this place has the most amount of character out of all of the area, and is the majority of where this game's location is going to be in. And plus they have a lot of places they can choose in this area as well if they do that. Because they've got the playrooms, they've got... well, playrooms alone, like, the idea of, like, children being a thing in this game that could be happily endorsed, thing, like, that alone makes this kind of a creepy game.
For complete crazies, these guys are totally organized, which definitely helps me some.
Right, so we will go to... we'll take Path 2, which will send us... It will send us yonder into, I believe the test rooms, one of the new places that was not added into the original game. It was cut. My mate thinks for good reason, because it's not really the best. I don't mind it, but it definitely got a lot easier than it did in the first expanse it was in. And I was not really a fan of the fact that it got easier. Because I liked the challenge of the platform. Platforming was actually what made it better. Grab that door. See this hooked butcher coming this way. Shoot him. Before he gets hit. See the overall... The fact that these guys are organized probably doesn't exactly help any or give any favors as to how this place even came about. And the story of this game, as I said, is pretty much told through the comic book. Like, if you want story, you read the comic. Because Acclaim kind of just expected everyone to read it in order to get an idea of the story behind this game, and if you're not a comic book person, it's not going to be for you, this. But this was during the time when Acclaim had purchased a lot of comic book rights to make games out of, and this was one of them, and I believe so was Turok. But I honestly think with Turok they expanded it in a really good way, with the fact that instead of making it the guy's name, they actually made it a title. Like,
got it.
The title of being Turok, or the Son of Stone, rings a very deep meaning. Okay, I don't know why Shadowman decided to be sultry then for a moment. Okay. Hey, Dragonite, how's it going? Good to see you. If you want, I am currently in the voice chat in the Embers of Eden, the Serious Gaming voice chat. If you wish to join, it would help me some actually if you did. But if you can't right now, I totally understand. That's okay. Yes, this is very true. They did it with Turok and they did it with quite a few other games. I can't recall off the top of my head all the other games that had them. But yeah, there was a few. Quite a lot actually that they did. Hey, Dragonite, how's it going?
Those are mine.
It's going alright.
Good to have you on board the game.
Yeah, I figured I would come here to give you a little bit of attention and start playing Shadow Man. Very, very incredible classic of Nintendo 64, and probably even more of a classic now than the remastered.
Oh yeah, this game has had so much put into it now. It's had so much tender love and care that it really is just good. It's worth giving it a go.
It is. To be honest, I would actually even go as far as to say that like a lot of those, the company that remastered this game was Night Dive Studios, right?
The same people who did the Turok remasters.
Yeah, I would actually go as far as to say that pretty much all of the remasters they worked on they are like worth the money, honestly.
That is high praise.
Yeah, there's like a certain level of consistency when it comes to the remakes. They just know how to do it.
Now, I will be honest, in the first, when it first released, it was rocky. It was pretty rough to begin with. And I even told Seth, because I know he was a big fan of the game series, to hold off for a moment until it had fixed most of the issues. Because things like lock-on wasn't a thing, the platforming was god-awful at the time. Because they were still working that out.
To be honest, I think I remember something about the release of Turok 2 as well. It was the same thing. Well, the remaster of Turok 2. The same thing happened. Like, kind of like, there were not a lot of improvements when the remaster of that game first released, and then they slowly added updates to the game. Actually, the coolest thing about the Turok 2 remaster is they actually not only added new multiplayer modes, but they also added completely new multiplayer maps that were not in the game. Not even if you see us.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah. And it all came out the streams, but another one, so.
See, that is one thing that I like about Night Dive, and it's probably the same thing that people really like about CD Projekt Red as well with their games, is the fact that yes, they're going to start off as like rocky messes that you tell people, hold off for the moment, don't buy it immediately on impulse. Buy it when it's actually in a more stable position.
Yeah, it's kind of like the game is in, it's kind of like the remaster is early access, not really, but kind of. You know, like they don't tell you that the game is in early access, but it feels like it's in early access.
Yeah.
They fixed everything.
Yeah, and at that point it's kind of like, okay, if we're meant to be beta testers, then at least tell us that we're beta testers, rather than just sort of telling us, oh yeah, buy our game, we know what we're doing.
Yeah, no matter when you buy the game though, you're definitely getting a remastered version. No matter what you do.
Oh yeah, like, I love the design of this game that it took, and I love what it has done to the series. I just want more of it, and I want them to continue updating it because they've pledged a lot of ideas in their, in the shopping setup if you go to the Steam store. Like, there's going to be this worm thing that they were implying that was going to happen, and right now it's not, and that's kind of like a, ooh, did you go back on your idea and promise of it, or did you just go, okay, we can't do that at the moment, but we are in the process of figuring out where the heck to put it.
Yeah, I know what
Because I think there was that, and I think there was a boss fight that was meant to happen as well, that just hasn't.
The Dark Souls are mine.
I think Night Dive Studios is that company that they really do listen to the feedback of the fans. There's also that, which is very cool.
Yeah, because there was like two things that was the problem. One, the fact that there was no lock-on, and two, the fact that the content that was provided in the game, while is really good, worth at least giving it a go for what it does, it wasn't enough. Like, yes, this is a long game, but I've played longer and had more time with it to enjoy.
I need some other the only reason this game is this long is because it's not just the amount of collectibles, but it's also the fact that there's a lot of like careful platforming you have to do. You can't just play this game like
Oh god,
um,
I'm only missing 2 achievements from 100%ing this on my Steam account. One of the achievements is literally a no death route.
oh god, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, in a game that's all about death and decay and whatnot, that is a high skill to reach. And I already kind of scratched that one out because I ended up falling into the coals for no good reason. By accident, mind you, but it was no good reason.
No, that reminds me of something that Lane slash is wanting to turn into this Cross 3. I remember Cross 3, it was like, the game had like, not an achievement, but like if you unlock a feat in the game, you could beat the whole game without dying. Cross 3.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And the fun thing though is that the feat that you unlock is beating the game without dying is actually it makes the game a lot more fun to use it.
Yeah, I can imagine it probably is very similar to this game as well. Like, I bet doing this without a death is going to be fun. But it's going to be piggin' hard.
There must be something around here.
Also, in case anyone doesn't actually know, Dragonite is actually a co-owner of this channel. That was kind of why I both wanted to bring her on board, so that she's with me on it, and also so that I end up hearing more from her.
Oh yeah, that's right. I apologize that I haven't mentioned too much often, or like I haven't really seen it at all. I do intentionally, so
It's all good.
keep your ears peeled for that.
So far, it's been along the lines of I've streamed after 2 days ago, nearly every day, so I'm sort of along the lines of, if you wish to take the wheel, just let me know, and I'll hold off for a bit.
Indeed.
Because mainly I was testing my internet, and it turns out my upload is far better than my download, so I'm fine with streaming gameplay. I'm not fine with actually watching other people play for some weird reason. Oh hey, look, a true form. Or what would become a true form. The endless amalgamation forging of the skin.
Nettie said that only a Shadow Man or something more powerful could
Yeah,
release
I
a
don't
dark
really
soul
like
from a
like
Govi.
that. Like those,
This is
those
bad.
64
Real
previous
bad.
games, they just have like farms to them.
Yeah, because a lot of people probably didn't know that this game actually started as an N64 game before it became known for like the Dreamcast version and stuff like that, because it became a bit of a cult classic on the Dreamcast.
Yeah, the Dreamcast version is really good. It was probably the best version.
Best console version, yeah, for sure. I don't actually know, is the remaster going to be on the consoles? I think they did have that on the cards.
Yeah, I mean, they gave us Rock 1 and Rock 2 Master on PlayStation, like PS4 and Xbox One, I think. Well, maybe not PlayStation 4, but definitely Xbox One and PlayStation. So I think there is a possibility that Shadow Man has to be those systems as well. I think
It would
that's possible.
make sense. It would make sense to pay homage by putting it on the Switch, with the fact that this was a Nintendo game originally, so... Which means, by all accounts, where is Shadow Man in Smash? But yeah, like, this game started off as a Nintendo game, so it was kind of... and I think that's Roxas. That's one, but I can't really see because black names on black tiles is a bit weird. But I think that's Roxas.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Roxas. How are you? Apparently about to shank me.
Apparently. Someone's a little too excited.
These are the armies of the damned, the accursed vessels for the Dark Souls. I must find a way to stop them from traveling across the veil to the world of the living.
Well, we may as well destroy that corpse before it absorbs the Dark Soul and take it for myself.
The power of the Dark Souls. I embrace it.
Roxas, you already have all of me. You don't... Can I at least keep the soul? Oh hey, a lift. I think that's gonna take me back up to the top. And that's really all I've got. Oh right, yeah, you gotta hit them.
Imagine like a mental picture of like Roxas walks up to you and he's like, "Give me your soul," and then like the operation starts from trauma center like dun, 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 dun.
Well, I believe that's probably where Roxas actually got them. Final Fantasy series, I think. I think it was Final Fantasy that had the name Roxas. A character named Roxas.
No, it was King Mars.
Ah, right, yeah. Oh, you dingling.
Damn.
You know, the video game franchise that's very controversial because it has Final Fantasy and Disney in it.
Two of the most well-known series that is a pain in the ass to get any sort of licensing from.
Yep. You know, actually, hold on. No. I just remembered something kind of crazy. Hold on, I just remembered something. I have to double check to see if I'm remembering right, though. Just a moment.
Uh-oh. He'd be back for it.
Oh, damn, I'm right about this. Okay, so, what if I told you... Oh, wait, no, that's not that. I'm wrong.
You tell me a lot of things.
You know, for a moment, I thought that Shadow Man from this game was Nintendo Ultimate Spirit. But then I remembered, oh yeah, it's not that Shadow Man, it's the Shadow Man from Mega Man.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, false alarm.
To be honest, it would have been kind of cool if this Shadow Man was in the game, but honestly, I really don't see it happening. The dude's
Yeah, I know. I mean,
the dude swears too much and he is a...
Yeah.
The dude swears too much and he's pretty much a horror character, so... Don't want to scare the little kiddie wanks away, do you?
Nah. You know, the closest we got to like a horror game representation in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate as a spirit is like Resident Evil and Fatal Frame, and that's it. That's the two biggest things we have in there.
Yeah, and those series are... I wouldn't say bad, but they're... because that would be controversial, but... they're not series that I'm as
Looks pretty rusted
involved.
up. I wonder if it's still working.
Like, I'm not as hugely involved in that sort of series. Like, a little bit into Resident Evil, but nothing else of its kind.
You're more of a You're more of a Silent Hill person, aren't you?
Actually, I've never played that even. For the most part, my family has kind of stayed away from survival horror, like it's the bubonic plague, mainly because of the fact that, and this is my own dad's words, it's too Japanese.
Who's it? Wow. That's one way to say it, I guess. Yeah.
What he means when he says that, because he doesn't want to be racist, and it's... What he means by it is that it's a lot of fussing about for a particular thing that you need to do in order to get where you're supposed to go, when it would have just been easier if you could have just gone there immediately without all of the dicking about. So for example...
Basically, he's not a fan of backtracking, but...
Yeah, like, unless it is important to backtrack, like if there's actual reasons for it, he hates it with a fervent flaming passion.
That's honestly understandable. I can see where he comes from, because backtracking can be pretty bad for someone. You know?
I mean, this game is sort of well known for it because, if I'm being honest, if I was to genre this game, it's a Metroidvania, but with horror elements. And this has got to be... This is probably my first proper foray into a Metroidvania game that I've actually enjoyed. Like, not a sort of game where I'm like, haha, I'm only gonna play this for like this amount of time because fuck this game, it's awful.
Yeah, hey, you know, it's kind of funny that people still call it Metroidvania, even though Iga himself said that he wanted people to call it Metroidvania. I remember.
I think it just sort of stuck with the idea of calling it a a Metroidvania, because Metroid and Castlevania were kind of the only games that were doing that sort of thing at the time, and they were big for the fact that they did that.
Yeah.
So, in that regard, he kind of shot himself in the foot if he wanted it to be called something else instead. But...
Yeah, he was trying to change, like... It was like trying to make dogs fly. Like trying to teach dog how to fly. Like it's not gonna be a thing because everyone is just too used to how games back then were called Metroidvania, and they were always being called Metroidvania for years and years, so just suddenly trying to change it to Metroidvania.
Yeah, it was like the idea of calling modern boomer shooters now Doom clones. The only reason we now call them boomer shooters is because the fact that they look old and were meant to be played in much the same style as like Doom, Duke Nukem, Blood, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And they're not bad games, they're really good games. In fact, I honestly think they're probably the best of the FPS genre we'll ever get. Because I'm not really a fan of the whole, let's just do a Call of Duty. Like, well, everyone can do a military shooter, but the military shooter's gotta be fun, and I'm sorry, but shooting the next Afghanistan that you happen to have kind of thing is not really an interesting idea to me. And yes, these guys capitalize mainly on the idea of like taking countries that are known for their turmoil and conflict and pitching it against the United States, because why not? That sounds like a cool idea. Like, bitch please, people can do that in general, and we already do that in the real world. We don't need that anymore.
hey, you know, the alternative to having, like, hitting countries against the USA is like, you make a zombie game, or you make a super sci-fi game with, like, robots and
Not
aliens and
good.
stuff. That's usually the alternative they have for FPS most of the time.
Yep. Anyway, this part coming up that I'm at now was going to be a boss fight. In fact, I believe it's still on the cards to be a boss fight, but I don't know. I believe it's called the Seraph Queen, and they produce an offspawn of the Seraph. Sort of centaur-looking sword wielders? If this statue is anything to go by, they are probably centaurs.
Yeah, centaurs with, like, some very thin legs.
Yeah, the idea of using, like, maybe a spinal column for legs, whatnot. They look like they've actually attached swords to them, so I have a feeling the way that they're gonna fight is probably... They're gonna be like a super fast version of Legion at the beginning, where Legion's sort of just beating you with fencing skill. Because it seems like something they would do.
Hey, now that could be useful.
But we end up getting the first retractor. And this is kind of like a gimme because of the fact that, well, there's meant to be a boss fight there. And there wasn't. Surgeon!
So I have a question. How do you feel about combat mechanics of
It's very basic for what it is. It's a means to an end that is very simplistic, but it gets the job done. And there's a lot of different weapons that you can use in the game that helps get the job done, but for the most part, you're going to be primarily using the shadow gun kind of like that.
Got it.
I see.
Now, I don't mind that. I like the idea of, like, oh, okay, the combat is very simple, it does what it needs. There are other weapons, as you can see here, that can be used. Assassin. But for the most part, you're going to see me just using the shadow gun, because shadow gun is just your best and honestly your only tool for the most part that stays good throughout the game. It's one of those, try and name a better item that can do something like that, other than maybe at the end when you're using the, what was it, the Purifier, I think it's called? That sort of really spiky looking chain gun that fires really, really fast. Like, that would probably be like the only weapon that may be able to best something like the shadow gun, and that's mainly because of the fact that you kind of need to use it when dealing with Legion. Otherwise, you just gonna die.
Yep.
Remember, there was more to this than this, but okay. Sort of idea of like Butcher Land.
Hey, please, I'm going to play Doki Doki Literature Club on your channel at the side.
Right.
Nah,
Well,
just kidding.
I mean, I did say if there were games that I was probably not going to play that you could feel free to stream if you really wanted to.
Yeah, I know. The thing is, it's like, I don't have anything against the Literacy Club. I honestly think it's a pretty good game. But like, I don't know, I feel like there's like too many people that actually stream the Literacy Club because of its, it's insanely popular status and pretty creepy visual novel, dating simulator. It's not even a dating simulator, it's like a visual novel.
I honestly just thought it was a shit post, to be honest. Like I thought that was its principle. Like it was just meant to be a shit post.
I don't know. That might have been the intention.
Ow. Thanks, Shadow Man. You didn't jump when I pressed the button.
Whoops.
Right, Spark.
That sucks.
Yeah, this game is still plagued by the fact that controls are still a bit wonky at times, but I can forgive it.
Understandable.
Yeah, when you find like ass-backwards way of being, you probably should expect that there's going to be yank. Oh, there's another place I can do in this game. Oh, in this area. Ah, right, I haven't unlocked that door yet. There will be. Just don't have door open. This side? Oh god, that... Forgot about that time. But yeah, like, as I mentioned, there were games that if I wasn't going to cover, that it'd be kind of fine if you ended up covering it. So, like, for example, Kingdom Hearts is a very good candidate for you, because I'm not gonna play it.
Yeah, it seems unlikely.
I mean, I've sort of been on the fence about Enix games to begin with. And it's always sort of a... If I find out that it is Enix that made a game that I played, I'm always sort of surprised by it, because it's like, oh, okay, right. Are they literally all I'm going to get when it comes to RPGs, or what kind of thing?
I mean, hey, you have to remember that back in the day, Square Enix did give us a lot of, like, pretty amazing RPGs, you could say.
Yeah, I suppose. Dragon Quest being one of them. Like, that is one where I will take that to my grave. Like, that game is good.
Yeah. One particular, like, favorite of mine is Final Fantasy Tactics, the PS1. That one was really good.
I've heard that one's pretty good, but... I have seen gameplay of it, and it did look alright. It actually kind of reminded me of Fire Emblem a little bit.
And it's like the Fire Emblem was a bit more complicated than it usually is. And even instead of like having the first death mechanic where characters can die first on entry, it was something along the lines of the character dies, and then 3 turns later, they actually attack them. So, if you just speed up the game, if you just like run the map up and then like regress to them.
If you can get to him quick.
Yeah. It's like if it's designed not to make the game that way. Because then it's like, it's not like dying and killing into something that you can destroy your body or your opponent and not suffering consequences. if you die, you don't die instantly like you can play yourself kind of you still have to play carefully, there is still a bit of threat in the game.
Yeah,
There's
it's
like this dire, there's like this dire where you can just do whatever the heck you want to do and there's almost no consequence for doing anything.
see, that's probably another game where it's like it's not likely that I'll play it. I might give it a go and have a look at what makes it tick, I suppose, but it's not going to be something I'll actively think, I should probably stream that. So that might be another one that we could do.
In the case of this guy, it's more like what makes the game tick is just the absurdity of everything. It's just how over the top everything. The amount of levels it has, the variety of items, the variety of statuses, the humor and relationships between characters, it's all just very funny and very stupid, like over the top, as I said.
Yeah, I bet. And then you just get me that's kind of like, oh, okay, this is interesting. Sort of.
Yeah.
I enjoy games like this. I enjoy a lot of games, and it's just a matter of trying to find what game I can actually play or what can probably fit nicely with a stream, because there was an attempt where I tried a particular game that I really liked and thought that people might want to give this a look, but because it was an indie game that was kind of so out of the way and so complicated in its design that no one really had a good clue as to what it was trying to be. But I think that was kind of why my viewer base was basically dwindling when I was trying to get. Because the game was called Kenshi. I've mentioned verbatim a lot about how good the game is and how it's just difficult because of the fact that no one really knows what to do with it. Right? That's the main difficulty people are having. They don't know what they're doing in the game.
Yeah, I can feel that can be a big problem for a lot of games where it's like you have so much to do that you don't know what exactly you're supposed to do, or the game is so cryptic that you don't know what you're supposed to do either way, even if it's smaller.
It's also kind of a game where it's like, it also thrives on the idea of having user feedback. If the users or the consumers are not giving you ideas of what to do with it, the game just kind of comes down to, well, what does the streamer want to do with it? And if they don't know, then you're in for a fun ride. And by that I mean you're not in a fun ride. Because it's kind of like trying to stream The Sims. Like, I don't know how many people have actually tried to stream The Sims on Twitch, but I have a feeling the amount of people who have tried and have either got really successful in doing it, or basically got diddly squat. I think the majority got diddly squat. I think it got to a point where it was like, that kind of requires a lot of viewer feedback to help the streamer make it entertaining. And if that ain't happening, then no one's gonna really have fun with it.
Right.
Oops. I know where I need to go with that. How many souls have I got? I've got 3. I think I could take on the ugly, weird monster by the name of Yort. I think I could take him on. At least give a damn good go at it. I have a feeling we're going to die immediately when I do it, but hey, it'll be fun. Anything to try and get the baton. I forgot there's a bit of camera bobbing when this happened. Yeah, the camera bobs up and down when trying to roll across. I don't know why. Oof. Push this off, down.
By the way, I apologize if I don't talk too much. I kind of secretly decided to play a game in the background, so...
It's all good, it's all good. What game is it that you're thinking of playing?
Oh, I'm playing foreseeable too.
Ah, right. Yeah, you've been getting Silent all happy about that, because you've been wanting someone to talk about that game for a while, or just anything to do with Super Robot Wars, because you've never spoke to anyone who's as much a fan.
Yeah, I know. Like, I actually saw him playing Super Robot Wars game, the GameCube version like a few days ago, but I couldn't join sadly.
What in the
I was too like
Holy shit!
Fair enough.
I am the Lord of Deadside. Oh, great.
So this is Yort. He's a bit of an ugly git. Ooh. Ah, we got him. Oh, we didn't. Oh yeah, I heard. There's the one. And there he goes!
Yeah,
There goes Yort.
yeah.
First try as well. Damn. That usually takes me a while.
and
That usually takes me a good couple of tries before I get that to work, and I even ended up having a bit of a drinking game while I was
This
doing
should
it
be
at one
useful.
stage when I had a bottle of Bailey's. So I'm kind of glad that I was able to get the baton, because that has opened up quite a lot for this to progress now. There's a lot more progression I can do. And backtracking won't be as painful to watch. Oof.
souls are
I
mine.
love the ability of dodging vials of puke. Amazed at how the enemy is able to literally use projectiles in such aggressive ways and do it to near accurate. I can't. So. Ow. I think I now need to. Those. As I said, this game probably is the only Metroidvania I've actually played and enjoyed. I've not tried any of the others.
Yeah, it's also a 3D one.
Yeah, which was kind of an amazing thing, actually, especially if it came from the N64, where 3D was sort of
Great.
Because like the N64 was kind of where 3D really started, and yes, this game visually kind of looks like it's quite primitive, but it was astonishing at the time how good it looked.
I am the Lord
Get
of
our
Dead
first
Side.
of the
This should be
Eclipsa,
useful.
which I believe is La Lune. Oop. Ooh, okay.
I am the Lord of Dead Side.
But surely descend deeper and deeper into the madness. Okay, to the first temple, I believe.
Spoken of in whispers at the dead side margins, in the hushed and shivering tones of the lurking, lurching revenants. These ancient places, blood temples to the lower, where the dark souls did find their secret corner, hidden by the sanguinary sisters steeped in voodoo lore.
Yes, so this is the first temple where we can actually get our hands on the first Gad, which is the Toucher Gad. The ability for your palms to be immune to fire.
Only your thumb though, huh?
Only the palms for now, but eventually we will get to a stage where we are just able to control fire. Well, I say control fire, I mean...
Walk on fire, right?
We're able to touch it with our hands, we're not able to touch it with our feet at the moment, but when we do get to the Temple of the Marcher, that is when we can actually walk on hot coals and not burn to death immediately. And then I believe there is also another Gad by the name of the Naga Gad, which will allow us to swim in hot fire. And with all Gads complete, we'll end up with complete immunity to fire. Find the platform to jump on. Ooh. That looks the right one. feel like some of the sound effects were also used for from this game, used in Turok as
The
well.
sisters awake.
Mainly the horns.
Yeah.
Mainly the horn sections, though. Okay, yeah, the sisters in this game are actually a lot more accurate than they are in the other games. Like, it's horrifying how accurate they've become. I suppose that's the challenge there. It's like, oh, okay, they are just capable of literally doing this damage to you. And as soon as I approach it, this.
The sisters awake.
Run for it! Christ, this is. There's no. Also, for those wondering, yes, they are killable. I'm trying my best not to. Oh, right, got a hang. Gotcha. I love the design of these temples, though. They feel very Mesoamerican.
Mesoamerican. Huh?
Yeah, like sort of Aztec designs. There are a few other bits where it's like, oh, there's a little bit borrowing from the Egyptian and whatnot, but for the most part, it's mainly Aztec.
The sisters awake.
Get 3 KO'd if I even get shot once. What I'm just gonna do is grab those bars. I didn't have what I needed, so. There we go.
Thank the Lord.
Oh god. Oh god, they escaped the hole.
The Dark Souls are mine.
May as well collect some Dark Souls while I'm at it.
The sisters awake.
Right, the dogs are happy. Wrong door, wrong door. Oh, God. Right, one more button and it's at the very bottom.
The sisters awake. I have passed the first trial.
Okay, now to climb the pyramid.
The sisters awake. The dark souls are mine.
Okay, let's see if I can do this without dying.
The sisters awake.
There she is.
Damn.
Almost got her.
Almost.
So there's second death. Bloody hell, third death.
Unbelievable.
Yes, it is indeed, Arte, and thank you for joining. Hello, how are you? It's been a...
Hang on.
It has been a very, very long time since I... This is indeed an interesting game. Dragonite is one of my favorite games after a friend of mine had shown it to me. And I ended up discovering the game had a ton of different ports, but its original version was on the Nintendo 64. I'm currently playing the PC remaster of the game. There will be versions for the consoles as well, I believe for the Nintendo Switch, obviously. But I think they're also thinking of doing one of the PlayStations, probably PlayStation 5 now, and perhaps the Xbox Series X. Yeah, this game looked really good even for the Nintendo 64. It ran pretty solid as well, despite the fact that it had a HD textures mod that kind of made the game run terribly, and required the use of the expansion, I believe. Because controllers needed to have little additions plugged into them. Yeah, it's a weird cult gem. If you're aware of Acclaim and Iguana Studios, then they were the same people who made this game, as well as the Turok series and a lot of other games. A lot of fans praise the first game, which is why it got a remaster by Night Dive. A lot of fans really loved this game a lot, but the second game bombed hard. And there was a lot of reasons why it got bombed. Right. Now that I have the Touch-A-Gad, the ability to hold fire without taking damage, there's one path there and there's a path here that I can get Govy. But yeah, it's definitely a game where I think people should give it a go, even if the game is weird. It's definitely an interesting game that's worth having a look at.
Yeah, they make Settlement like very accessible to people that wanna play like at a good level of quality on PC. It's all thanks to Night Dive Studios. They make a bunch of remasters of like many different acclaimed games, I guess you could say. They made remasters for Turok, for Forsaken, and Settlement as well. Right here.
Almost had that glitch perfect then. There we go. You're not meant to do that, that's a glitch, but it just makes getting through this a lot easier. This game I've sort of been taking a bit of a... I need to try and speed through this game, but I do enjoy the game a lot. It is worth just playing through normally.
Hey, do you think you ever try to do the achievement where you gotta like beat the game without dying a single time?
I don't think I can do it. I don't think I could do it.
Those are mine.
And there's good reason why I don't think I could do it, and that's because I'm not that good at this game. I mean, come on, I got lost most of the game at the beginning before you had popped on.
Yeah, I think probably like when it comes down to like getting the achievement where you gotta beat the game without dying, it's like the skill is involved, but it's also like an endurance test because the game is so long as well.
Yeah, this game is
Shit.
keen to do that. I was hoping I could actually edge him into dropping onto the platform and let me just grab it. And then I remembered, oh wait, this game isn't sticks, I can't do that. Game. Hold on, let me sort it out. Right, hopefully you should be able to hear her a bit better. Not the dogs barking. Yeah, apparently...
I really apologize if you hear any dogs barking on my end as well, so, you know.
Apparently I got told that, you sounded a little too quiet because the game was drowning you out. Hopefully I've addressed that. I've actually just removed the lowered volume for a bit, just if that works. Because I have my audio output capture for Discord to be something along the lines of like -2.
Yeah, that's understandable.
The sister's awake.
We'll see. Yeah, that's all we can hope for. There's at least 2 of the gates. Yeah.
Dark souls are
I've
mine.
not leveled up though, which is a little bit concerning. But I think that's all I can get at the moment here, so we'll go back to the Path of Shadows. But yes, that is Dragonite who I'm speaking with in the background as well.
Dark souls
Because
mine.
Yeah.
she is co-admin of the channel.
Indeed.
So usually if you end up seeing a stream, if it's not me that's doing it, it's Dragonite instead.
Yes, yes.
I can go into Asylum now. A little bit here anyway. Navigate a few places. Better grab that door anyway, just... There's nothing in there anymore, because even though this was reverse engineered from the PlayStation 1 version, all that's here is a Cadu. Yes, thank you very much on that regard.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, crunch! That wasn't good. Oh, I think I know why. I think There we go. Let's give that a go, hey? Hopefully that won't be too loud when the Dragonite... But she's quiet overall anyway, because she's playing Super Robot Tyson instead.
Yeah, yeah. Very good tactical RPG.
And I think it's I know I played one of them from the GBA, and I thought it was really good, to the point where me and Seth were just kind of voice acting for it, because it was translated into... Okay, yeah, the searchlights were a bit tricky to do, and in this as well, with the per pixel lighting, that sort of thing wasn't a thing that the N64 could do, sadly. Oop, that was a glitch. But other than that, like, this game is gorgeous anyway, just playing it on the N64. Oh god. Got a chainsaw running after me. Oh god, jeez. Ow. Why did you target him, you dozy moron? Oh god. Drew, don't get me even kill you, Will. I don't think it was, no, not for the searchlights being that good. But I think the searchlights were in it. It's a little hazy since I've played the N64 version. I've even been mainly playing this version because, well, it's the remastered version. It's smooth, it plays, and it's good. But I have played the Dreamcast version, and I've played the awful PlayStation 1 version. In fact, I actually completed the PlayStation 1 version. And by that I mean I lost, but it still counts as completion.
I suppose.
Inhabitants. Yeah, we are in an asylum. That probably helps as to why this place looks so terrifying. Because it is meant to be a cathedral to pain, as our lead antagonist Legion does it. Oh, there's the dog. Oh. Nope.
Dark souls are mine.
Yeah, this
I
game
might have to
had...
leave myself muted for a little bit though, because of the dogs.
That's fine, Dragonite. This game does have quite an interesting concept. I do like the design of it, and the fact that the majority of it takes place effectively in a place referred to as Deadside. The place where everyone goes without exception when they die. And with the fact that you've got Red Pepper, Green, as the main character, he really puts a lot of emotion and character into Michael Leroy, or Shadow Man in this case. Like, Red Pepper was a perfect voice for Shadow Man. Like, I couldn't imagine any other voice to give him, like... I don't think Will Smith or, like, Eddie Murphy could do anything better than this. Like, they're good actors, but I don't think they could really capture it nearly as good. There's some And also for a character that's meant to be, I believe, a African American, well, of African American descent as well. It was probably a good shout that they got Red Pepper in that regard, but Red Pepper's actually Afro-English. He was born in London, I believe, and worked originally as a train conductor before he ended up at one point while he was messing around with the tannoy, the radio system on the trains. There was a Hollywood person on board at one stage that was that heard his voice and was like, "We're gonna make big money out of your voice because that is something good." Because he just has this natural baritone voice that's like, it was meant for trailers.
The power of the Dark Souls. I embrace it.
Like, it was just meant for that sort of... If you've heard the Jurassic Park trailer, like the original Jurassic Park, that's Red Pepper. And his voice is just... it carries. And I think that's kind of what gives Shadow Man more character as well, because of that sort of vibe, because I don't think Red Pepper's ever been in a game up until that point. I don't know, I've not really took a look properly into his portfolio, but Shadow Man has probably got to be the biggest one up there for him, in terms of people in the gaming community talking to him about it. Because if it's not movie fanatics that are speaking to him about the fact that, oh, you made that trailer, like, can you recite the lines and whatnot? Like, most of the time you're gonna get people that are like, I just want to hear his voice just doing Shadow Man. And the fact that it's his natural voice as well, like, that's one moment where the idea of, like, being naturally gifted was actually a blessing. Like, that's one moment where I think a lot of people could agree that is where he was gifted. Even if they don't believe in the fact that skill like that is gifted, it's a taught skill. I think this was one where he was just born. Like, he was born to talk like that. And was born to make characters and trailers and anything that he's in just pop. Can't grab anything out, but not more all of it. Go back to the path of shadow. This game has a lot of backtracking than I usually would get into. But I enjoy the game a lot, so I kind of deal with it. All these winding loops all go to one thing.
side.
Ooh, where I think we're going?
And deeper still, the morbid mystery entwines. What love I ever had for life should find its place in here, locked within a cankered cell, beset by madmen, chained to hell. And deeper still, a vast, dark love I find within Asylum's darkly thrumming heart. No love of mine, not mine to love, for twisted is the purity of that finer thing, and I should lay my partly living down to free the world from terror's tyranny.
The poetry that he ends up spitting is just great. That this?
Got it.
Them? So I think there are comparison videos already up about the visual and striking differences between the games, actually.
Those are mine.
Let's take the train! Deeper into the horror. Bot's still chiming in.
Dark souls are mine.
Duffy.
Got it.
There we go. And I just gotta wait for this cage. I was enjoying it. Thanks, Simon.
The Dark Souls are mine.
Nope.
The Dark Souls are mine.
Him being there is not really. do that.
Whoops.
And I did it again. Exactly the same way.
Shit.
There we go.
The Dark Souls are mine.
Whoops.
Shit. Got it. Got it. Got it.
Are you kidding me? The auto-aim focused on him instead. Why do I need to focus on the bloody chainsaw? That wasn't any good. Oh. Ah, yes, the engine room.
Hey, Mikey!
Luke, is that you, bro?
This way, Mikey!
Luke,
Come on, Slowpoke!
That's it. The different symbols.
Help me, Mikey!
Luke!
You gotta help me, Mikey! They're gonna hurt me!
It's okay, Luke. I'm here now. Stay there. I'm coming to get you.
I'm real scared, Mikey! You gotta help me! Please!
Luke, come back! Luke!
This way, Mikey!
Hmm. God, Serge. I recall, I think 555 for the first engine block. Yeah, it is. Sounds about right. What that basically is telling you is the retractor that we got, this thing, is a key to the gateways that will lead on to back into different places of Lifeside. Which we, hopefully, will end up having to deal with for 5.
Across the millennia, they have built a cathedral to pain and worship at its altars of blood.
Collectively themed based on what makes their character who they are. This particular area that I've just gone into is Milk Pike's room. Corpse living is now here. The retractor will basically just pull open his stomach and allow you to through him like a wormhole. They each have different places that you go to. Unlike in the original game where basically the only person who had a unique place that you go to is Jack the Ripper. Originally, it was only the Penworth Penitentiary, I believe it was, that you only had access to. London's underground as well. I have a feeling I'm gonna get hit by the church. It wouldn't surprise me if I get hit by the church. For the fact that him playing when I visited the Lizard King's room. I believe Jack's room plays the Moonlight Sonata. Dr. Petrakian. Whose level got a lot more non-linear than it was before. Probably should have talked over a bit more of the hymn just to make sure that didn't happen, but I find it kind of ironic the fact that hymns are copyrightable. Well, God is public domain, but okay, never mind. And they're all based on real-life killers as well. Which is probably the more terrifying part about it. I think this guy actually holds probably the most horror. What was it? The salesman of furniture, I believe? Furniture salesman killer, I think. What that is in reference to. Obviously we know Jack the Ripper because of the fact that he literally was the main villain, or was talked about as the main villain in this game. In fact, it even begins in the London sewers where he hid. I don't think anyone actually saw him hiding there, but it would suggest that that is where he has been this time. Waiting and biding his time. Let's see. Probably a couple more I can get. Also, this is a long stream. Longer than my normal streams that I've been doing. But or if my internet will hold up. So far, my internet got perfectly. Dropped in, I think.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, how's it going, Dragonite?
Hey. Sorry for the wait.
That's alright. It's good to have you back. Been sort of stuck in silence because I don't really know what to talk about. It's like decent amount of the stream is probably going to be in perpetual silence for a bit, other than like thing you'll hear me say. That's probably not going to end up being spooky at all to some. Don't you dare, you little shit. There we go. Right, now I can actually cross this without nearly dying again. Hmm.
Got it.
Hey Steve, I have a question for you. After this training, will you still be in the mood for playing something?
Yeah, I'll be in the mood for something if you have anything you wish to play. What did you have in
Yeah,
mind?
I do. I was thinking maybe you could try the Super Robot Wars game that I'm playing on my computer.
I can handle it, hopefully.
The power of the Dark Souls.
Well, it is a tactical RPG
embrace
after
it.
all, so even if you had 5 seconds of input delay, you would still be able to play the game.
I think by that point, I think the RSEC connection would just drop immediately.
Yeah, maybe 55 seconds, not to run over exaggeration on my side.
It's like, that's dial-up. It's like, nope. Won't take dial-up.
Yeah. Yeah, but my point is it should still be playable even with a little bit of input delay.
Yeah. I'm just pulling your leg.
Yeah. I don't know how you feel about those new animation styles they have for the robots in this game.
I don't think I've seen them all that much.
Because you played a GBA game, you played like Super Robot Wars. I don't know if it was original generations or if it was Super Robot Wars J. It was like it was
J.
one where you can create your own character, right?
I think it was J that was the one that I played.
Yeah. If it was the one with Koji, then that is J. Original generations doesn't have Koji.
Yeah, it did have Koji, because Seth even voiced Koji.
Yeah, then that's J. So that game had like a very like it looked really good for a GBA game. But the thing is, I don't know if you're aware of this, but like Super Robot Wars, after they made like Super Robot Wars Z, they adopted a new art style and animation style for the technique, and they haven't changed ever since. They've been using this same style for years and years and years.
It's like the style is good enough, it does everything it needs.
It's like, it's very divisive though. It's because the creator of Super Robot Wars said that he prefers this style, but some fans don't agree with him. Some fans are like, no, I prefer the more quirky style of the GBA / Nintendo DS / PSP animation.
Yeah.
So it's like, it was like a very divisive era for Super Robot Wars.
Probably still is. Just
Like in his words, it was something along the lines of let's think less about making stuff look cool, and let's think more about making it look impactful.
This should be
was what he
useful.
wanted to do. So it's like when someone throws a punch, when someone slashes an enemy, when an explosion takes place, it's like much more powerful than on the GA, than on the gameplay. It's much more impactful. It's like, wow, you know?
yeah.
Your dark souls are mine.
Right, so what I've just picked up there was the, it wasn't the ensign, it was, yeah, what it's called. It's the claws, something like Legrada, something like that. Which are basically a load of grabbing claws meant for climbing up bloodfalls. Quite a nice system in how they were used. And pretty impactful. If I can open this. Yeah, I can open
I am the Lord of Deadside.
So I think that is Le Soleil. That's Soleil. Brother son. And we got another path to go to. I think this is the playrooms now.
What further horrors shall
Yep.
I find within this terrible place? Where in a time before these catastrophic events, I would have willingly accepted pallid imitations of such horrors. I now have come so far, my sensibilities lie benumbed by all I see. I do not embrace this horror, but rather stand immobile beneath its self-indulgent gaze. Confusion reigns, and I fear the god within the machine is no longer there.
Never a god to begin with. At least not in a place like this. Again, this place is literally a horror show. But it gets better. The horrors do indeed get better. As I mentioned, this is the playroom. Don't believe me? Well, just give me a little bit of time. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
It's one of my favourite places because of literally its horror atmosphere. But it's more because of, well, you'll see.
I don't know exactly why, but this place is kind of giving me a little bit of a brownie shaped vibe.
What, the sort of horror place that we're in, or?
Yeah, this place we're in. I don't know, the room we were in before was like, how would I explain? The little like spots on the wall reminded me of like some cave pattern that I've seen before in my life.
It is meant to be a flesh cave. Like it is grafted skin.
Oh, yes.
That is always a fun thing.
Yeah, they really don't pull any punches back of those horror environments, man.
Shock value is the way forward with these kinds of games.
By the way, speaking of video games, horror games, did you know that No More Heroes 3 actually has a horror segment to it?
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's like you have to explore a haunted, abandoned school, and like you do everything in first-person view, like if it was like a horror game.
Oh, like System Shock.
Yeah, or like kind of like Amnesia as well, I'd say. It's like No More Heroes 3, but it's like in the Amnesia gameplay style. They really went all out with No More Heroes 3. No More Heroes 3 is like just such a mismatch of different things you can do, like different game genres, you could say.
I mean, No More Heroes has always been one of those. It feels like it was meant to be a compilation game. A game full of so many different ideas and so many different styles that you can never really pinpoint it on one thing other than its ability to really good combat.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like, yes, you can pin the hack and slash genre to it, but it's also been a shmup. It's been a first-person shooter, as you've mentioned, or a first-person game. It's been, it's tried to be a stealth action game at one point. Like, just stuff like that is... It works, and it's kind of insane that it works. And it, by all rights, shouldn't.
They just threw all those, like imagine like the development of No More Heroes 3 and the developers are just like, yo, dude, I just had a dream last night. I dreamt that I was fighting giant alligators in a beach with a war tank, and someone's like, oh, that's a great idea for a No More Heroes 3 game.
It kind of reminds me of Nier Automata as well, or just Nier games in general. With that kind of mentality, because those games are sort of... They didn't know what kind of game they wanted to be, but they were also hack and slash, first and foremost, with their RPG elements. Well, we're getting closer.
Yeah,
I see dogs that are gimps.
Yeah, the Nier games, they definitely throw some twists your way, and you gotta adapt to the twists that they throw.
Yeah. Also, can you hear it?
What?
We're in the playrooms now.
Oh boy.
Well, that was never going to be a fair fight.
Whoops.
Oh my eyes are sore from the red. Ooh, sorry about this, guys.
What are you playing? You're playing in virtual blood mode right now?
It's because of the fact that the blood is all red, and that's literally what we're swimming in. We're just swimming in rivers of blood. Like, especially with this draw distance fog as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense because of the fact that, well, we're underwater, and that's kind of creepy and whatnot, but... Woof, it gets grating on the eyes after a while.
I imagine.
Like, I think... Didn't Seth actually had to step away from the game for a little bit because of how red the game had become? Whenever he was swimming around in blood.
At one point, there's only so much your eyes can take in those video game graphical design ideas that they have.
Cool idea to be swimming around in blood, not so cool the fact that it's gotta be blinding.
I mean, hey, if you were swimming in blood in real life, you would be blinded as well.
I mean... Yeah, that's true. I don't think I really want to be swimming in blood, but okay.
Got it.
Though I think the vampires of us all would probably be along the lines of, oh, we can actually see and it's fine. Okay, that was kind of cool, just jumping back through the door after just firing a shot and kill them. But yeah, I love this place because of the music more than anything.
Music.
The music and the atmosphere of the playrooms is probably one of the best places for horror to really go for, because when you think horror, you normally don't think children. Especially toddlers. Like, usually when you think of them, they're happy, they're loving, they're cute, and whatnot, and they wouldn't hurt a fly. And then this game just decides to mutilate the children and turn it into a song. In fact, half the time it actually sounds like the child is happy that they're getting mutilated as well, which is horrifying.
It is. Sometimes the scariest thing about horror games isn't even like the concept of that at any time you could just die to some random enemy or the jump scares. Sometimes the scariest thing about a horror game is when you just stop for a moment and you think, damn, that's messed up. You know?
Yeah. Like, okay, gimp dogs, like, humans turned into dogs and then made into gimps. I mean, that alone is sort of messed up, but the fact that you could just hear in the music a child getting what I described as a claw machine system, where it's like you've literally got a doctor that's mad enough to sit there with the claw machine and just is surgically, without anesthetic, removing in a very rough and kind of flimsy way, like in that sort of way where it's like they did this with no regard, kind of thing. They just took this claw machine and used it to rip a child's organ.
That is pretty messed up.
While you're also hearing that babby cooing and whatnot happily, as it, unbeknownst to it, is being torn to pieces. Either that, or it's just enjoying the fact that it sees a little gravity machine literally trying to pull them to pieces, while you're then hearing, like, a drill, a saw, whatnot. Because, like, I hear a freaking dentist drill when the song plays. It's like, fuck, that's messed up. Like, I think it's more horrifying when a person actually goes about describing it like I do, because I take a bit of sadistic pleasure when trying to describe the song, because it's one of my favorite songs, but I know that describing it is probably going to make people very uneasy.
Yeah.
Because it's like, dude, that's a baby that's getting torn limb from limb. Why are you enjoying this?
You'd be surprised how many things. You'd be surprised how many things people enjoy. You'd be surprised.
Yeah. It's like, I don't take enjoyment out of it, but describing it has always been something fascinating. It's that morbid curiosity, as it were. And then you just hear, like, the mother just crying as they watch their pretty much sinew-covered child, like, literally wailing in their arms, barely hanging on to their life. All the while, the Doctor is just playing with these squeaky toys to try and keep the kids' attention long enough for them to perform this very sadistic and gross experiment. Almost there. I think I'll give it another hour and then I'll probably call it. I'll call it for the stream. Because like, I've gone for about 3 hours so far. I'll make it to 4 and then it'll be like, okay, that'll do. Ow. Just ran into a friggin' gib dog.
The Dark Souls are mine.
Probably mentioned that this would be part 1 because I have a feeling this is going to be a very long drawn game because mainly I don't know what I'm doing. When I end up playing this game, it's usually when it's like, oh okay, I just fancy playing it again. I've got no clue where I'm at, kind of thing, and I have a feeling unless Seth decides to watch this stream afterwards, like, and it's the VOD, I don't know if he's even going to be able to help me. Then again, if you had known that I was playing this game, probably would have been done maybe. But then again, the stream did pipe up to say like, oh, he's live. Yeah, that's a thing. Oh, jeez. A very yellow room. Jesus, this is a very yellow room.
You just went from like complete red to almost complete yellow.
After going through like these sort of dingy green corridors as well.
Yeah, so might as well
Like-
call this room.
Like the colour matching in this game, while yes, it's great and all, it's bloody blinding sometimes. I mean, at least I made sure to grab the grippers. Because there was one point where I had so many souls and it was like, did you forget to grab this? And he's like, do I need it? Yes. Well, shit. That was close. Woof! Yeah, it's getting a little dicey. Oh, that's good. Ooh, Jesus.
Thank the Lord.
Oh, damn.
Shit.
Oh, that happened. Let's try that again. Oh, yeah.
The Dark Souls are mine. The Dark Souls are mine.
Okay, we have the Dark Soul. It's 2 of them. Get the others by going back round. Yeah, I really need to use the lock-on a bit more. Like, thanks to this game, in its early versions, I keep forgetting that, I now have a lock-on. After years of after months of complaining about not having one.
Yeah, you do have it. You have it.
Like, I have it, but at what cost?
Yep. Indeed.
Been a very bad boy. Gotta love these padded cells. Why, what's happening?
So I'm at a part of the game where I have to take a split path.
Oh. Oh, damn.
You see, no, here's the thing, okay? So it doesn't matter what split path I take. I will only be doing different missions. I won't really be missing anything. Eventually, the split path will like come back to being just one single path with all the characters. But now I have to make a decision of if I want to go with the Peacekeepers team or if I want to go with the three commanders. And depending on which one I pick, I'm gonna have different playable characters for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chapters.
Woof. That's
Yeah,
a lot.
indeed. I feel tempted to go with the Peacekeepers team though, just because of Koji. Because if I go with the other team, I won't have Koji.
Koji makes it better.
You always gotta go with Koji every single time.
God damn it, Koji! Okay, this whoever was the inmate here they just wanted sex. That's all they wanted.
Yeah.
Analyze this. Ah, so they use the Kadu for frying out of children, something like that. From the doctor chairs. Oh god, they go right into the chest. Through the back.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, here's some secrets. The money room. I forget what secret this gives, though. In God we trust. I think your trust has been officially ousted. Because if Him Almighty is not going to help you, you're boned.
Yep.
All the while we hear the happy coos of a child that is in pain. Also, playrooms, in the literal sense.
Playrooms, yeah.
Cute, bright, happy-looking colours in one of the cankered cells. All the while we're hearing a child being literally torn to pieces.
Fun.
That's...
Fun for everyone.
yeah, that's... Fun is probably not the right word, but okay. We'll go with fun. Glad to know that the
Dark souls are mine.
glad to know the lock-on is still as temperamental as it was years ago.
Yep.
I think this is a true form if I touch this. Yes, it does. Oh, I've just released what is basically the Big Ugly into that room. And we're gonna go kill it, hopefully, when I get there. Assuming it doesn't kill us. Knowing the fact that they tried to formulate other versions of this thing is just great. It's like, oh yes, they form other versions of true forms this way. Of literally skin grafting and then stuffing a soul into them. They will breathe life, so help them God. Yikes.
The Dark Souls are mine.
So we've released a true form and we've got 4 more souls to get. Minus the true form, that's 3 more. Going to get it. Hmm. There we go, and there's another Dark Soul.
The Dark Souls are mine.
Nice, nice.
That's 2 more normal that I've got to find. Wait, is that it? Okay.
The Dark Souls are mine.
Right, 1 more. And then it's just the truth thing.
There you go.
Which I still haven't figured out how on earth I get that to him. This is why I feel like this game needs a map, but like similar to the one that's done in Tenchu 2, where it's like, oh, the actual character draws it out as he explores, so that you could just return to this as a guide whenever you require. I mean, there's Big Ugly right there. I just don't know how to play that to get in there with him. There's a little drop down area there. Looks like I need to approach it from above. Room I need to be in. Oh, I think I know how I get to the other two things, but I need to mark the gap.
Come on, Slowpoke.
Great. The dark souls are mine.
Michael, over here with you. What's up, Michael? You look like you've seen a ghost. Which I suppose is understandable, considering where we are.
Luke was in the asylum, Jonty. He was calling out for me. I don't know, but maybe I was just imagining it.
You know, as the bird said, there are more things in heaven and dead side than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Shakespeare said that?
Well, not exactly, but near enough.
I need to find out whether Luke's in there and why.
You do that, Michael. I wish I could help, honest I do, but, well, you know how it is. Long time no see, Michael.
Because
I
you're
have
lazy,
found
dude.
and taken a dark soul. Nettie was right about them. Never have I experienced such hatred and corruption. The dark fire burns within me with such ferocity that I am afraid it may consume me. And yet, these glowering flames are as a joy to me. My ability to channel my shadow powers has increased, and I feel so much more.
Dangerous? All I ask is that you be careful, Mikey. The power of the Dark Souls is very great and very, very evil, which is why you need to get them before anyone else.
Then I have no time to waste.
Says that immediately gets burnt. Like, great job, dude. Now, if I can actually remember where the bleeding heck the last Dark Soul is, that's brilliant. Ew, there it is. It's just surrounded by a shitload of Duffy.
It's just surrounded by death.
Yeah. Death comes from every direction, though. God, I am. Oh, nearly at the 4-hour mark.
Excellent. The Dark Souls are mine.
I believe that. Yep, that's the Path of Shadows completed. In terms of soul collecting. Experimentation rooms. I think that one is going to be a true form I've got to fight. I just need to try and remember where the friggin' hell that is. That door. One open. Oh well, I cocked this up.
Shit.
Take that damage if I...
Got it. Damn.
I'm gonna friggin' loot. Oh man. Right. I think that... Sure. I shall call it there, folks.
Alright then.
We'll call it there for the stream.
Yeah.
It was pretty good,
Yep,
but
thanks for
at the same
watching,
time I
everyone.
got absolutely rubber ducked for it. I will continue this game, obviously. I want to try and make sure to get through games I've started. One of them I need to is Tomb Raider, so I'm thinking I'm just going to start that from the beginning. So yeah. Thank you to anyone who was watching, or is still watching. Thank you for being around, Dragonite.
It's my pleasure.
Oh, hey, Q. What's happening, lad? I was doing Tomb Raider 1, I believe. I was doing the first Tomb Raider. Although, if push comes to shove, I would be totally fine with doing the other Tomb Raider games as time goes on. Q literally catching it right at the end, of course. Pretty much anyone is nowadays. It should be yes. Yeah, it's good. Hopefully it's gonna be epic, or at least worth it. Ah, right, fair enough. Oh, and look at that, beautiful. No dropped frames at all. Pretty good work there. Alright, let's see. This is probably gonna tank the thing up. Let's see who's on. It looks like Shiva's on, so let's send you all that. So yes, thank you for sticking around, folks. I'm glad that you were able to enjoy me getting absolutely butchered in this game. This is a hard game. You're very welcome, Q. I'm glad that you were able to be available to watch for what it was worth. Anyway, have yourselves a wonderful day, everyone, and clip-worthy material. Alright, take care for now, all. See you later.